like to invite all legislators into the chambers to begin our committee meetings. Still on. Welcome to the Nassau County Legislature. We have committees today, and as always, to start things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would ask my colleague, Legislator Denise Ford, to lead us in the pledge. Mike, could you please call the roll for the Rules Committee?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Here. Thank you. Legislator Delia DeReggi-Witten. Here. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams.
He's right here.
Yeah, thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Here. Legislator John Giuffre. Here. Vice Chairman Howard Coppell. Thank you. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. As we always do, we'll start off with the contracts portion of the Rules Committee. A32, A43. Resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute a purchase order or blanket purchase order between the county and Radico Inc. Nearmap USA Inc. B32, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a contract between the county and Wellsback Electric Corp. of L.I. E-139, E-140, E-141, E-142, E-143, E-144, E-145, E-146, E-147, E-148, E-149, E-150. All right, a little correction here actually, we're going to go ahead with those items and then we'll consider one separately, yes. E-131, E-139, E-140, E-141, E-142, E-143, E-144, E-145, E-146, E-147, E-148, E-149, E-150. These are all resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute a personal services agreement or an amendment to a personal services agreement between the county of Nassau and Sullivan and Cromwell, Milba Macris, Kendrick Law Group, Euro Lloyd Travel, 318 South, Markham Technology, Drive Educated, Drive Informed, Michael T. Hopkins, Abrams, Fensterman, Pollock, Isaac, and DeCiccio, Aetna Life Insurance Company. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Puts all of those items before the committee. Okay. First contract to be considered is with Information Technology. It's A34 of 2023.
Good afternoon, Joe Jacovina, Deputy Commissioner, Information Technology. A3423 is to authorize and award a purchase order to Nearmap US Inc. for the licensing of Nassau County imagery. Nearmap proactively captures the full extent imagery of Nassau County 3 times per year. This data is then hosted in the cloud for quick access via web-based map applications. All county agencies have access to this data, with primary uses being IT, assessment, ARC, DPW, FireCom, PD, and many others. This is a sole source purchase as Nearmap owns the imagery and software and is the only vendor who exclusively manufactures, sells, and distributes this particular aerial image. The term of the agreement is September 20th, 2023 through September 19th, 2024. This rules presentation is late due to problems obtaining disclosure forms from the vendor. All acceptable disclosure forms were received in November 2023. The total cost for the maintenance and support is $301,655.00.
Any questions on this contract? No? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Next contract is with Human Resources, E-150, Aetna Life Insurance Company. Is there anyone here from Human Resources? All right, we'll come back to that one. Nope. Oh, somebody's coming, okay.
My apologies on that. Richard Solomon-Zada from the County Attorney's Office on behalf of Human Resources. E-150-23, this is an amendment to execute a one-year extension to the existing contract with Aetna through the end of 2024. This amendment will seek to expand the existing flexible spending account, FSA, administration to also include administration for a health reimbursement account, HRA, as required by the recently negotiated CSEA collective bargaining agreement. The total requested encumbrance is $6.4 million, which includes $2.1 million for the FSA and $4.3 million for the HRA funding and administrative costs. The total amount allocated for administration of the county's FSA program is inclusive of administrative costs and the costs related to funding individual FSA accounts, which are then recouped by the county through payroll deductions. CSEA HRA funding for 2024 is $4 million as required by the contract, and the remaining $300,000 for administrative costs includes processing of claims and related reimbursement for participants. The HRA will be available for active and eligible retirees enrolled in the Excelsior plan. CSEA will determine how the $4 million will be distributed amongst the eligible population, and the county will announce the amounts during open enrollment. HRA funding amounts each year in the future will be in accordance with this collective bargaining agreement. HRA monies can only be used for medical and prescription expenses only. The procurement guidelines allow the extension of a contract to ensure continuity of essential services until the new contract is established. The department will conduct an RFP for the administrative services, both FSA and HRA, in 2024 to be effective January of 2025. The administrative services for the FSA services were reduced by 25 cents per member as a result of this new negotiated extension. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions? No? Well said, thank you.
Thank you.
Next two with Public Works, B32, 2023, Wellsback Electric Corp.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. B32 is a requirements contract for the department's traffic signal improvement work. We had 3 bids, and Wellsback was determined to be the lowest responsible bidder, and their MWBE is at 5%.
Okay. Any questions on this one? All right, let's go to the next one, E146.
So E146 is a contract amendment for Drive, Educated Drive. This contract provides educational programs for various areas, including pedestrian safety, bike safety, stop, DWI, school safety, and car seats. It's reimbursed through the Stop DWI program at 100%. This amendment extends the contract to the end of 2024 and also includes 2 additional 1-year extensions at a cost of $45,000 a year.
Any questions on this one? Nope. Thank you, Ken. Next contracts are with the police department, starting with A32 with Radico Inc.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. The first item, A-32-2023, is to authorize and award a purchase order for Spot Enterprise Investigation Robot for the Police Department's arson bomb unit. Radco was identified as the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications. The maximum amount authorized under this purchase order is $432,820. It is grant funded.
Okay. Any questions on this one? No. Let's go on to the next, 142, E142.
Item E-142-23. This is between the county and Euroloyd Travel LLC. This is an amendment to an existing contract to provide travel services for various county departments. The amendment is to extend the term by 1 year and increase the maximum amount by $60,000.
Thanks. Any questions for this one? Sure. Legislator Bino.
Hi, good day. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So we're increasing the amount. Is this for setting off people out for training?
This is for travel training. A lot of this is extraditions.
Oh.
It would be prisoner transports. If it generally they will book the service, the travel, for example, and then depending upon what time they get reimbursed, they would give us a claim voucher for payment. We would just compensate them, and then they get a fee for the booking.
Okay. And so I was just shocked at the increased amount for the 1 year period above the 60. Did I hear that correctly?
It's $60,000 for another year. Yes, we're.
And we spend about that per year?
Approximately.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. E143.
E143-23, this is to an amendment to, this is between the county and 318 South LLC. This is actually an amendment to a contract for maintenance and support for the department's Swift Justice system. Swift Justice is an electronic records database for case and arrests. This contractor provides 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, maintenance and support services.
Any questions on this contract?
My last item is E144-23. This is an amendment to an existing contract for support services for the police department's information technology network and security. It's with Markham Technology. This will extend the term of the agreement by 2 years, and the maximum amount will be increased to $420,000.
All right, thank you. Any legislator there is you in?
Could I ask you for a favor? Could we go back to the Public Works, E146 after this?
Yeah, after this, we'll
Okay.
have Ken come back up. So, any questions for Inspector Field on E144? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ken, if you would come back to the microphone.
Hi, Ken. I'm not sure if you would know this, but Chris, and I forget his last name, would do the car safety seats for the children. Has he been replaced? Is that program still in service?
Chris Mistrone
Chris
was not
Mistrone.
replaced. However, the car seat program is being handled by PD directly. They do the program. In addition, we have our consultant, which I believe this is one of them, that assists in that effort.
So, I'm sorry. Yeah. Right. That's what we're just trying to figure out, because those are excellent programs. So, who would we contact if the PD office?
Yes, I can get that information to you, but I believe PD handles, they're the point of contact right now for that.
Okay.
But they also use some of our grant-funded consultants to assist.
Right, and then as far as DPW programs, like, do you know what that entails, or is it just, is that a separate program, or would that?
What
Well, for this, it's, you have driver's educated information for ending drunk driving.
Yeah, this consultant provides educational materials, so if you needed something, you'd let us know, and we would get that information for you.
So, do they offer like a program like Chris did, or is it?
No,
separate?
they
Okay.
I think they do a little bit, but most of their program is production of the information. I mean, it's only a $47,000 contract, so there's not a lot.
Yeah, and I was just
Yeah.
curious why it was even under DPW and not the police, but, all right, so I'm gonna try to set up a car safety thing.
Okay.
We'll
Good.
keep it in mind. All right,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Next contract's with the County Attorney's Office. We're going to hold E139 to the end, so we're going right to E140. It's Milva, Macris, Plusatis, and Sidon.
Good afternoon, legislators. Brian Libbert from the County Attorney's Office. E14023 is a contract with Milber Macris. I always pronounce his name wrong, so I'm just going to say Milber Macris for a case called Eden or Iden. This was a case involving allegations of false arrest and some conduct on the police department. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer the same. Just to address the procurement, this was mini bid.
Okay, any questions on this? Nope, let's just go to the next one, 141, E141.
This is for the Kendrick Law Group to represent the county and the county attorney's office, obviously, in a case called Thompson, which was a very significant motor vehicle accident case. And again, this one was mini bid.
Describe for me what a mini bid is again?
Sure, yes. We have an abbreviated process within the county attorney's office. Once firms are on what we call the qualified panel, we may then go to those firms on a sort of abbreviated basis and seek their proposals to do work rather than doing a full RFP or RFQ that other departments sort of engage in.
Okay, sure, jump in.
Yes, just a quick question. The department does not have in-house resources for this?
This matter particularly, I mean, I think when you say this, I would just address this matter that I'm speaking to.
Well, it seems like there are a lot of them lately. It seems like there are a lot of outside counsel lately. I'm just wondering, what are the criteria now that you're using to take cases to outside counsel as opposed to retaining them in-house?
I think it's a case-by-case basis. We've been pretty particular in not adopting a hard and fast rule, but in analyzing the cases as they come through based on the resources that are available in that exact moment and looking at the file. That's how the determination is made rather than sort of having a strict rubric.
Good. Legislator Schaefer, then Legislator DeReggie-Whitten.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Just a quick question. About how many cases does the county attorney's office have on a regular basis, on average?
I hate to be this guy as the lawyer, but I think you would have to ask what regular is, because we have an influx, and on a daily basis we receive, I would have to ask, but I would think it would be at least a dozen notices of claim, maybe more. How many of those then end up into complaints or lawsuits? I wouldn't want to speculate, but those are numbers that exist and are available, just not at my fingertips.
Right. No, that gives me a general idea. If it's a dozen or more a day, and they have to be processed in whatever direction they go, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Legislator DeReggie-Whitten.
Just getting back to the mini bid idea, do you go through the procurement process that's required for other contracts?
We follow the procurement policy, yes. I think that's your question.
With the mini bid? So, right, I just want to make sure that, I know it is part of it, but you do follow the same procedures as we would with any other contract, correct?
Well, I guess it's sort of similar to Legislator Schaefer's question, where it's a bit difficult to answer because you say any other contract, each one sort of has its own individualized path. They're all unique little snowflakes, rather than having a generalized sort of set way of doing it. So we do follow the procurement policy. We're pretty particular about that. I can say that we followed the policy. I know procurement is here, so that would be my answer, is that we follow the policy as I read it and as it is written.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand what a mini bid is. Is it similar to what you would consider on-call type of situation, or?
No, in fact, I think you asked me this exact question last month. So an on-call contract would be something where we came to you and we asked you as the legislative body to approve something for, I'll just say, the Smith Law Firm, as if that existed, for $1 million, and they're going to do all of the work that's under that contract. That's not what we're doing here. We're simply asking for a singular case. So their on-call would be, once the legislative body approves it, we could then either let them directly or do a mini bid at that time.
All right, I guess that's what I'm still not quite comprehending, what the difference between a regular assignment or request for coverage or a mini bid. Just sum up what a mini bid is. And
Sure. So pursuant to the procurement policy, and Robert Cleary can certainly correct me if I've got this wrong, my understanding is that the county attorney is permitted to establish a qualified panel of firms, and then from that qualified panel may solicit mini bids on an ordinary basis, and there may be some cases where there are extraordinary basis that a mini bid is not performed, but the one that we're speaking about right now, a mini bid was performed.
ask you about it again some other day.
Anytime.
Just once they're selected, they have to provide the same disclosures and paperwork that other contractors have to submit.
Absolutely. 100%.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on Kendrick Law Group? The next one is E-145, Sullivan and Cromwell. This is not the one relating to the Hofstra litigation. This is relates to the case called Alan Poleski and Ace Recycling versus the County of Nassau.
Good afternoon, legislators. Lisa Locurdo, Nassau County Attorney's Office. Yes, this is a personal service contract to retain special counsel to defend the county and all named county defendants in the Pulaski matter. It is in the Pulaski matter, the plaintiffs have brought federal action, various claims relating to the seizure of property pursuant to a warrant issued in connection with a county investigation into the plaintiff's role in the theft of catalytic converters. This is, you may have seen this in the newspaper. It was a long investigation, and it was highly discussed in the press. The plaintiff sought a preliminary injunction requiring the return of the seized property and damages. It was brought in May of this year through an order to show cause that we were required to respond to because of the need to immediately respond. There is an ongoing criminal investigation in contemporaneous with the civil lawsuit that's being filed. It was imperative that the criminal investigation was not impacted negatively by the civil litigation. That's why we felt the need to retain special counsel immediately, and we did so. That's why this contract is a little bit late. There were processes to get the counsel in through the process. Are there any other questions about the
Any
contract?
questions? Legislator DeReggie Whitten?
Hi, I just have a question with the fee schedule. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Because it's not in line with what we normally agree to as.
Agreed, legislator. It is not. The county attorney's office looked at the normal panel of qualified counsel. However, because of the gravitas of this particular litigation and the far-reaching impact of it, we decided to look beyond our panel. We are always concerned with the public fisc, and even though this is not the normal rates or fees, we felt for the quality of services that we were going to receive with this firm, we felt it best to select them.
Wait, just. Right, okay, I'm sorry. So just the pay schedule. We have two contracts, say, with this pay schedule, and then there's a very high. I did see some.
It is higher than the normal. However, as you see in the schedule, they do provide a discounted rate because we are a municipality.
But it's, it's over $1,000 an hour for, which, I mean, it's just not, it's just from past history with other cases, even federal cases, I've never seen these numbers before.
Well, this is a federal case, and there's also a companion state case as well, so they're involved in that. They're also bringing affirmative claims on behalf of the county as well. As we've seen, there can be, all federal cases are not equal. The old saying, the federal case, you're making a federal case out of something. This one, we are concerned that in the recent past, as this legislative body may recall, there was the Restivo litigation and lawsuit where we had to pay out close to $40 million. We don't believe the actions of our district attorney or our police department are such that they did anything wrong, but that doesn't stop someone from filing a federal lawsuit. And our concern is we do not want to fail to provide the best possible defense to defend our police department, our district attorney, and our county, especially in a case where they have worked very diligently and hard to put a stop to the catalytic converters being improperly converted and stolen.
All right, just to clear that up, it's 145, not 154.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So we're coming to the legislature late with a contract that we have a $1.5 million initial encumbrance, or $1.5 million amount with an initial encumbrance of $620,000. And I just, I respect what you're saying as far as we want to be careful with not having a large settlement. I mean, of course, that's our goal with any law firm, but I just don't see what, why this would warrant such extra, such a high amount per hour. And is that one attorney?
Legislator, just to answer that question, it is not for one particular
Wait,
attorney.
just 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I apologize for that.
No.
So, can I ask one other question? Now, like we have one, for one attorney, it's $1,260 an hour. What if like 2 or 3 attorneys are working on it at the same time, same hour?
It's put into all our contracts with special counsel that there are litigation guidelines that we strictly enforce to keep down the expense and cost of that. We wherever possible, we dictate to law firms to use associates or keeping the expense down as much as possible.
But we have no control over that.
Pardon?
We would have no real control over that if like 3 attorneys bill at the same time, and it's, you're talking about.
Well, to the extent we do audit their bills, and we can deny certain claims to them.
But there's nothing in writing stating that, so.
Yes, there is. There is
That
in
they're
the
supposed to-
litigation guidelines
Right.
that specifically specify that, and it is included, the litigation guidelines are specifically referenced in the contract. So they are contractually bound to follow those litigation guidelines.
I understand, but the bottom line is if 3 attorneys bill at the same time for hours, the same hours, it's going to be very difficult for us to claw the money back, even if we're aware of it. I mean, it's going to be hard to. It's not a. I understand it's in the guidelines, and I appreciate that, but it's not.
I won't
An
debate
easy-
it with you. Of course, it's always difficult to audit bills and services, but we are the client, and we do demand that they follow the guidelines. And I know my colleague and Deputy County Attorney Brian Libbert does an excellent job as the contract coordinator and diligently goes through and many times has sent back invoices and reduce the bills accordingly.
So there's two contracts on today that both have this similar, very, in my opinion, very pricey. Might make some of the lawyers up here want to go back and reconsider their own billing. But anyway, I just don't want to see it as a trend. And I understand that we have, number one, I really believe we have very competent attorneys in our county attorney's office. I really do. And I think all of us up here would like to see a big effort to keep as much as possible in-house. And again, I do appreciate that the risk sometimes does warrant like a real specialist, but we just don't want to, I'm speaking for myself, but I think my colleagues would agree that we don't want to see this becoming the new trend. I mean, these are exorbitant hourly fees. And, let's just put that on the record that I hope this is not something we're going to continue to see on a regular basis.
Legislator, as previously stated on the record, every case is looked at to see what resources can be handled within the county attorney's office and when the resources require us to go to outside counsel. The tremendous risks, because you're referring to Contract 139, which is the contract where we were sued in Article 78 with the Hofstra University. That is a litigation which deals with the economic engine of the county, one of our greatest assets, which is the Nassau Coliseum, and therefore, while it is expensive for these councils, the engagement.
Let's make
Yeah,
sure
let's
for
not
now,
get into
for now, just focus on the.
It's
One of our legislators is going to have to
understood.
recuse
Yeah.
himself when we get to the.
I'm
policy.
sorry,
And
I'm
we're-
sorry, legislator,
Right.
I did not mean to, but to just sticking with this case that's before us, the Pulaski one, whenever there is potential risk that it could be in the millions of dollars, it's important to balance that against when we pick counsel.
I agree. We all agree with that, but it just seems to be that this is, first of all, I mean, we have outside counsel that's very competent also, but doesn't charge anywhere close to this. This is exorbitant, and I'm putting it on the record, it's exorbitant. And regardless of the issue, really, we still have to try to get our money's worth for outside counsel. And there are so many competent law firms and even our own attorneys, they really are. And I don't know, again, this is just a huge jump in from what I'm used to seeing. $1.5 million is your max, and I don't know how much have you spent to date, do you know? You probably don't even know.
At this time, until the contract is approved, the billing system doesn't permit them to
Have they
upload
submitted?
all their bills. They've projected, yes, some of their billing.
Where are we today?
Today, I don't have an exact number, but I could get it to you.
Well, you must have some idea.
It's more than 100,000, I can tell you that. But the litigation commenced with the order to show cause back in May of 2023.
I know.
So we had to respond immediately, or otherwise we would put the criminal investigation in jeopardy, as well as properly defending the civil litigation. So yes, some work has commenced.
You know, especially if a law firm is charging this much per hour. I mean, you've had this since May and it's December, and you've already racked up 100,000 in bills, and it hasn't even come before us. Like, this is very concerning. You know, I mean, what if we say no? Who's going to pay for their work they've already put in? You know, the bottom line is, especially if it's something that's going to require $1,200 an hour per lawyer working on it, it needs to come to us immediately. I mean, this is 9 months that they've been doing work on this lawsuit, and it's never came before us. And with this, it's just not the way it works. And I know I've said this to you. We can't be the follow-up people here. It has to come to us before $100,000 worth of work is done.
Legislator Frey?
What's our exposure on this case, approximately?
The exposure could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right. My understanding was 170 million.
Correct.
From what I could agency.
Is that what's demanded?
That, I think that is what's demanded.
That is what is demanded,
Yes, demanded.
legislator. Obviously, our opinion is it's zero. We don't believe that is warranted and that the action should be dismissed. So far, we have gotten a stay and no further, to let the criminal investigation continue on, which is a very important thing. We've had certain claims already dismissed, which is vital, and we feel we are adequately defending this litigation.
Right, and I noticed there's also a determination made that this firm was a sole source provider.
Yes, they are, because of their unique specialized skill.
Thank you.
Minority Leader Abrahams.
Just a quick question, Lisa. If I recall correctly, all contracts are subject to NIFA approval. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
So this contract would be inclusive of that.
Correct. Anything in excess of $50,000 or in the aggregate of contracts, if you have more than one contract in excess, due to the control period, must go before NIFA.
Okay. So that being said, has the county attorney's office had any discussions with NIFA, being that the sentiments that have been brought up by Legislator Richard Whitt in regards to the cost?
With this particular firm, yes, we have. NIFA has reached out to us on other contracts. I'm not sure if on this particular contract we've spoken with NIFA.
I mean, based on past practice and based on the fee schedules and other contracts, have they supported, voted for a contract that has fees in upwards of $1,200 to $1,700 per hour?
They have, in fact, in the past, they have used Sullivan and Cromwell in certain litigations themselves, unrelated to anything specific. But they have seen contracts with the county with large bills, large fee schedules.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for NIFA in totality.
I'm just asking because obviously if they are the final say and they reject, you're right back at square one without a conversation with them. That's why I don't know if it's prudent to have a conversation with them. If this was a normal contract that falls within the scale of, I think we normally pay what, $260 to $300 roughly, up to $600. Yeah, up to $600. I think that would be something that I think would pass the legislature relatively easy. But you're talking about a contract that's almost 3 times that, and I think it would be imperative for the county attorney to reach out to NIFA. I mean, just from us having some pause as well. I mean, but that being said, we do understand the exposure, and we do understand what the demand is from the plaintiff. So we get that from that standpoint. But I mean, I would hate to see you come back and have to go through this process all over again because we're not able to properly, not saying you're doing a bad job or anything, but we're not able to properly justify the fee structure to NIFA. But you did say they used Sullivan and Cromwell in the past?
Yes, they have. So they are familiar with this firm, and Sullivan and Cromwell is not only a nationally recognized firm, it's a globally recognized firm. They have over 800 attorneys and over 8 countries. So they lend a certain gravitas and
Oh no, I don't doubt I don't doubt their
so they
pedigree.
are familiar with this firm and the power and the presence that they bring into the courtroom.
Okay. Well, if you can get back to us about whether or not the county attorney would make that outreach, or someone from the administration would make that outreach, that would be helpful.
Yes, I will.
I mean, obviously this has to be voted on now, but I would like to hear that back.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
just want to make, I know I already made the statement, but, you know, again, we need to expedite this type of situation, knowing that it was around since, did you say March or May? I forgot.
May is when the order to show cause was
Right,
filed,
so I mean, you know, you're talking about what, like 8 months, 7 months that we haven't received it, and the fact that they've already billed $100,000 is, it's something that we're concerned about. You know, and the fact that NIFA probably, if you're not aware, if NIFA's been aware of it, you know, there's a lot of risk, including for the law firm, which would, if they ever got denied, it could preclude us from using them in the future, even should we really need them. So I think with that being said on the record, you know, we might honor the county attorney's request for this, but going forward, we really need to fix this.
Okay, then I guess we'll just move on to the next contract. Okay. E-147, that's a contract with Michael T. Hopkins and Associates.
Okay. 14723
Yes.
is a contract with Michael Hopkins for a case called Waranecki. This case was mini bid. It is a MVA with significant injuries, including traumatic brain injury.
Any questions on this contract? Could we let's just go to next one, E-148?
Sure. E-14823 is for Abrams Fensterman on a case called Nunziata. Even though, of course, Nunziata is the Commissioner of Social Services, she's named as a procedural matter. She's not named personally. DSS is involved, and the County Attorney's Office has a conflict in this case. So Abrams Fensterman was selected for this representation.
Okay. Any questions? All right. You have one more, Brian.
Yes, sir. Lastly, E-14923 is for the Williams case for Pollock, Isaac, and DeCiso. This is a personal injury case involving injury at the Nassau Supreme Court. It was actually in the New York Law Journal, I believe. The damages were very significant, and the office did move quickly to appeal the judgment of the court in this matter. So this was done on an expedited basis, and this law firm was selected specifically for their knowledge in appeals and appellate work. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer the same.
Any questions? Good. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, you too. I'm going to call the, we're going to call these items other than the one that we've held, E-139, A-34, E-150, B-32, E-146, A-32, E-142, E-143, E-144, E-140, E-141, E-145, E-147, E-148, E-149. Any further debate or discussion? Any public comment on these contracts? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. Now, E-139, I know the minority leader will be recusing himself from any debate, discussion, or vote on this matter and is, in fact, leaving the chambers now. So E-139, 2023, between Sullivan and Cromwell. With Sullivan and Cromwell.
Good afternoon. For the record, Lisa Locurdo, Deputy County Attorney, County Attorney's Office. This item before you, legislators, is again a personal service contract for legal services to represent and defend all named county defendants in an Article 78 action brought by Hofstra University against the Nassau County Planning Commission. In this lawsuit, it was commenced April 20th, 2023, and the relief requested was to invalidate the findings by and recommendations of the Planning Commission, which were to permit the transfer of the leases, the current or the lease of former Coliseum SMG to, and 2 leases to the Sands, with the potential nullification of the Nassau Planning Commission's approval, and by extension, the nullification of the legislature's vote to approve the new lease with the Sands. This presented significant exposure and liability to the county. As I've said before, one of the greatest assets of the county is the Coliseum, and the development of the hub and that area is a strong economic engine to the county. Anything that would derail the county's ability to continue to further develop that area led us to believe that this was such a significant litigation that special counsel, including looking at our panel, decided to go outside the panel, and we felt Sullivan and Cromwell was the best to represent the county in defending this litigation.
Okay, I'll open it up to the legislators. Just I would note for the record that we just had a lengthy discussion about Sullivan and Cromwell and their fee structure with respect to E-145, and I think we can safely assume that that same conversation applies to this contract as well, so we don't have to necessarily reiterate everything that was said.
Thank you.
Anyway, legislators, anyone? You don't have to.
Thank you very much.
We good? Okay, Legislator DeRizzi Whitten.
Was there anything in the lease or any other way saying that if we were in this situation that the legal services would be paid for by the person by the group that wanted to lease the property?
I'm not familiar. I can't answer that question, but I can find out the answer and get that to you.
Okay. And I go on the record with my last statement that this, I think, the fee schedule, when we just looked at the other ones that we just approved, they're like, you know, the hourly amount is like less than 25%, 10%.
Any other legislators? Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this contract? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Put the Rules Committee in recess, and Public Safety is the next committee up.
Good afternoon, everybody. At this time, I will call the Public Safety Committee to order. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public Safety Committee roll call. Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator Sheila Bino. Thank you. Ranking Member Delia Duritu-Witten. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Mazi Philippe. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. There are two items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 397-23 and 401-23. Clerk item number 397-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the probation department. May I have a motion moved by Legislator Bino and seconded by Legislator Millet? The items are before us. Is anyone here from the administration to discuss this?
Good afternoon, Doug Landsman, Nassau Probation Accountant. Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Vice Chairman, members. Item before you, number 39723, is our annual New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee grant, the GTSC. This coordinates traffic safety services in the state and shares useful and timely information while providing expertise and financial resources to assist local counties to keep their highways safer. With that in mind, this grant focuses on the ignition interlock device, IID. It's a costly device, not the most convenient to use, and it's equipped to record the number of times an automobile was started or attempted to be started, and the operator's BAC at the time, blood alcohol content, is measured, and the duration the vehicle is driven during the monitoring period. New York State has approved 3 different monitoring companies that the offender can choose, and they would have to pay for to have monthly, to have equipment installed along with monthly monitoring. The monthly monitoring fee is approximately $100 a month, so it's about $1,200 a year annualized. Plus, there's a cost of the install and also to remove, roughly about $200. So it's a costly item. This grant has 3 vendors that are allowed to be used by New York State: Smart Start, Intoxilock, Lifesaver. This grant is covering to defray the cost of overtime in monitoring these services. It's a 1-year grant, October 22, September 23, for $98,000 approximately.
So, with the interlock devices, so it's actually the person who was arrested for DWI, they pay for the installation and the removal of the interlock?
Yes,
And
that's
they pay
correct. No
Who
cost to the county.
No cost to the county, all right. And what, like with the interlock devices, with the change in cars, like I guess it doesn't matter if a car is hybrid or gas operated or EV, right?
No. That person, the licensed driver, gets behind the wheel. It will snap a picture of that person, so we know it's the real person driving that car.
Right.
And they'll blow into the breathalyzer. It will then take a sample of what their BAC is at that point and report it real time.
Yeah. Okay. But the interlock devices work with any type of vehicle?
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Any other? Legislator Millet.
Yeah, so you mentioned at the very beginning of your remarks that they're complicated. I guess that was the word that you used. These are the only devices that are available, is that correct?
Yes, these are sanctioned by New York State.
Okay.
These 3 vendors.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any public comment? Okay, I see none. All right. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously.
Thank you all very much. Have a good
Thank you.
holiday.
Sorry. You too. Okay. Clerk, item number 401-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the police department. May I have a motion moved by legislator Philip, seconded by legislator McKevitt. The item is before us. Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. The first two items in 401-23 are supplemental appropriations from the United States Department of Treasury and the United States Department of Justice. Both are for $400,000 to enhance law enforcement efforts and initiatives. The third supplemental appropriation is for New York State's Department of Homeland Security for Red Team exercises. It's a grant program. This will be allow the members of the department to participate in New York State Homeland Security sponsored exercises. The fourth item is a supplemental appropriation from the State Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program. The department has received revenues totaling $559,447. This is from the Office of Homeland Security as well. Funding will be used to prevent terrorism attacks and strengthen law enforcement capabilities and responses.
Thank you very much. You know, we definitely need all this training in this day and age. So, any legislative Malek?
Yeah, sorry. We have two different numbers. You did say the 559,000, and then, but on the bold it says 599,000. Which is the correct number? Well, that's what I have.
No. There's two 400,000, but the last one.
Yeah.
Was, did you say 599 or 559?
He said 559 for sure. I heard. See?
And that's what I show on my notes, 559.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure. We think that's a typo.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thanks for pointing that out. Anyone else? Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. There is an addendum. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by legislator Philip, seconded by legislator McKevitt. All those in favor of suspending, please say aye. Okay, the rules are suspended. There are 4 items on the addendum, which are clerk item numbers 404-23, 410-23, 411-23, and 412-23. Clerk item number 40412, which is the resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Nassau County District Attorney, and Interfaith Nutrition Network Incorporated. Legislator McKevitt, of course, is recusing himself on this item and will not take part in its discussion or cast a vote on the resolution. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator Reggie Whitten, seconded by legislator Malek. The item is before us.
Good afternoon,
sir.
Chairwoman, legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. Item 404 is a grant agreement with the Interfaith Nutrition Network, or the IN, in order to help support their programs respecting the Center for Transformative Change and the Mary Brennan Inn. As we know, poverty, homelessness, hunger, drug and health problems all contribute to an increase in crime, and the services provided by the Inn help to alleviate that. This is a 1-year term with an option for 1 more years, and it is for $50,000 a year.
Thank you very much. Any legislators? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Okay? Legislator McKevitt, you're welcome back in the room. Okay. All right. Clerk item number 410-23, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to accept and execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Nassau County Police Department and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Phillips, seconded by Legislator Freddie, right? Are you here? Okay, thanks. All right, the item is before us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item 410-23. This is a resolution for the 2023 Port Security Grant Program. The award was established to provide resources to the Nassau County Police Department in support of projects to increase security measures within the New York, New Jersey port area against acts of terrorism and natural disasters. We were awarded 3 different projects under this grant.
Thank you. Any legislators? All right, thank you. All right, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. All right. The item, clerk item number 411-23, which is a local law to amend Title D of Chapter 21 of the Nassau County Administrative Code as last amended by Local Law 3-1987 in relation to home improvement license applications. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Phillip, seconded by Legislator Vino. The item is before us.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Harkins. I'm a Deputy County Attorney, and I'm assigned as Counsel to Consumer Affairs. I have Commissioner John Capisi here. We're seeking to amend an administrative code section, which is 21-11.4, paragraph 2, and we're looking to amend subparagraphs B and C. And the reason we want to have these code provisions amended is because the language has become antiquated. So with regard to subparagraph B, there is a requirement that all home improvement contractors are fingerprinted. The purpose of that requirement is so that we could review criminal histories and receive arrest notifications. However, due to the current language, the Department of Consumer Affairs is not able to receive arrest notifications or search criminal histories. So we are seeking to amend the code so that the language is acceptable to the Department of Criminal Justice Services. And we have this acceptable language in our other licenses, such as the locksmith license and the secondhand gem dealer's license. So we want the language for fingerprinting to be the same in the home improvement license so that we're able to review those criminal histories and receive arrest notifications. Subparagraph C pertains to insurance. At the time this code was amended in 1987, the requirement was for general liability insurance to be $100, $300, $50 for property damage. We're seeking an increase to $250, $500, and $100, and that's for general liability insurance requirements for the contractors. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. So with the, when you change this law for the fingerprinting so that you can access any type of records, are there restrictions on who can access it within Consumer Affairs? Or is that something that would be anybody who's working on a case file would be able to access?
Usually that would be the licensing supervisor and myself as counsel.
Okay.
And then and also the commissioner, of course.
Right. So it's not just any employee can take a look at it?
No, and there's safeguards, you know, even with shredding, and, you know, we follow those safeguards.
Right.
And of course, the language that we're seeking towards, it restricts us in what we can and cannot do with regard to that criminal history, you know, like if it's stale or if it's, you know, it's an old conviction, you know, there's a fairness element, and we're subject to that.
And the fingerprinting, is that still done by the police department, or?
No, that's the problem for us, is that they're not permitted to share their results with us due to the DCJS.
Oh.
So we use an outside contractor, which is Morpho Trust, and that's who fingerprints our locksmiths and our gem dealers.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. And in regard to the insurance, when you said like the increase, is that hundreds of thousands of dollars, or what is the amount of money that you were talking about, the increase?
So we wanted to go from 100, 300 to 250, 500. So
is that the fee that they pay?
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the limits. That's the policy limits.
Okay.
So like I was looking back in 1987, the requirement for motor vehicle liability insurance was $10.20.
Right.
And this was written with 100, 300, so we're seeking
to increase it. So
Increase.
that they could cover more if they damage or something like that,
Yeah,
correct?
most of the bigger contractors have much more insurance than that.
Perfect, okay. All right, any other legislator? Legislator Georgie Witten.
Hi, do you have any idea of what the cost impact, like roughly would be for them to increase their insurance to the numbers that you're requiring now?
No, I really don't. No.
I'm just wondering if it's gonna be arduous.
But we have to consider the safety of the consumer. Okay, that's my goal, is the safety of the consumer. Most of our contractors have $1 million insurance policy, so it doesn't really pertain to them, but we do get some people that try to do the bare minimum, and maybe they're going to do the bare minimum work. We want to make sure that if one of their employees, someone's hurt, it doesn't go back to the homeowner. So I really don't know the money it would cost.
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you protecting the homeowner. We were very concerned, although we obviously want to see permits and everything go as quick as possible. There were a lot, I can still use you, Legislator Ford and I were here during Sandy, and we had a lot of issues at that time. But I just would feel more comfortable. I don't know if there's any way to maybe do a quick search to see what the economic impact. We always try to keep an eye on that. Again, I support this, but maybe it's just good even for you to know.
Yeah,
you're going to get calls. You know how that is. You're going to get calls, and it's just good to have the information.
I guess I use the benchmark because I remember being a personal injury attorney, and back in 1987, and it was the 1020 is what people were allowed to drive with. So we were looking to upgrade it and to bring it into 2023.
I think I was a claim representative at State Farm when
I
you were
probably
there.
knew you.
So I remember those days. All right, so
Most have the higher rates. We're just doing this to bring it up into modern times, so we don't get someone to say, gee, I could get the cheapest insurance out there. That's what we're trying to avoid. I don't even know if there's still 100, 300,000.
It's not.
okay,
not
thank you.
frequent.
Okay.
Legislator Bynum.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Hi, good afternoon. And forgive me if in some way or another you conveyed this, but what kind of criminal activity are you able to either restrict or revoke somebody's license for?
All right, let me answer.
Oh, what? Okay.
Basically, even now, some of our applicants have a criminal history background that they admit. The only way we really deny a license, someone is a registered sex offender level 2 or level 3. If someone has a tax lien, someone failed in child support. What we want to know with the criminal record, if it was a criminal charge, I believe, according to the charter, I have the power to deny it, but we want to see if they have scheme to defraud, things of that nature. Homicide, a murder charge, something like that. People are going into their homes, so we want to make sure we know the criminal background. Just checking their background doesn't mean if they have a criminal history that we're going to prevent it.
That's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
what type of criminal charges would one have to have in order for there to be, you stated denial, and I stated revoke.
I'll let my attorney answer.
Yeah,
I would
revoke, so let's talk about denial first, because that's where the commissioner first
I would say
went.
something that would shock the conscience. I wouldn't want a contractor going into my grandmother's home with, a license and having that type of background.
So this is where I wanted to go, because I think we have to have some level of a policy in place, so there's an even-hand approach to what you're denying, because what is shocking to your conscience might be not shocking to mine. We're leaving it to be subjective. So I think there has to be some real serious parameters around, because we're opening ourselves up to lawsuits then. If someone feels that they have been denied unjustly so, and that they can in some way or another provide evidence that someone with a very similar charge or the same exact charge is still operating with a license from Nassau County. So I don't think we can play loose with that.
No, I think that we're subject to the law. I think it's Article 23. Like, it's all set out there. It's in the New York State Penal Law. Like, what, you know.
Well, I'm asking for it because I don't know what would be, I don't.
You want a copy?
I don't live in I don't dwell in your vocation, right? So I need you to tell me. So back in the day at the Housing Authority when I worked there, we had very strict policies as to what type of criminal activity would deny someone from being housed, or we would move for an eviction on. And we had to be very even-handed in how we utilized that policy because we could not open ourselves up to litigation.
Understood.
And so I'm just asking, I'm asking for you to be able to tell me what it is. And so if your folks know, that's great, but I think we should know as well, and it should be able to be articulated, and it should be codified in some type of policy or
well, I guess I just refer to the state law. I mean, that's the guidelines. I can't find it right now, but it's like,
as long as it's
Article 23. It's written, it's codified, and we use that as our guideline.
Then that would have been the best answer when I asked, not what's shocking, right? Because shocking to someone's, it's just subjective. It's not.
There is discretion, though. I mean, you have that as a guideline to follow, the Article 23, but then it's.
So this is going to move to full-fledged, and I think that prior to full-fledged, just so that we all have some level of comfort that we're not opening this county up to any type of litigation or risk, that you be able to illustrate to us by way of your policies and your policies.
Should we make another legislative change?
No,
what I'm suggesting that if it's satisfactory, then we leave it. I don't want to.
The only thing is that the county has always required fingerprinting.
Right. And so you're coming before this body today, and you're making a suggestion for making amendments that I agree with. The amendments sound correct, but I'm now asking a question: how is it applied? And I'd like to know how it's applied.
How the results are used.
Yeah.
And what's done in response to the arrest notifications.
You're getting the information pushed out to you. How are you going to respond? And I want to make sure that there are procedures in place so that now that we're actively going to be receiving this information, that we know what to do with it. Because our failure to then move through a process to ensure the safety, right? That's the ultimate goal, is to ensure the safety of our residents. If we fall short of that, we're opening ourselves up for liability if we're not even-handed in how we're going to enforce that, right? And then we could be opening ourselves up to litigation for the mere fact that we are receiving information and possibly not following a procedure, and now a family or a resident has been compromised or subjected to some type of risk, right? And they find themselves in some way harmed. So I just want to know that we have policies, procedures on how we're going to enforce this new change and this implementation.
It's not a new change.
It is new because it's being pushed out to you, right? Your point is that you could not get the information before. Isn't that what you told me?
With home improvement contractors, we were receiving information from about locksmiths and the gem dealers.
So then,
and I think scrap.
But this is new for this particular vocation. It's new for the home improvement folks, right? And so this is bottom line. I asked the question. You could not answer it in a way that made me comfortable.
Okay.
I asked, so if you're doing it for the locksmiths and the same policies and procedures apply to the home improvement folks from the locksmith, then someone should have been able to answer that for me, to say it's in our policy, it's codified, and what it is that it's rapists, it's child molesters.
It doesn't work that way, and it's the state law. There is discretion in there. I'm not going to misrepresent
I'm not talking
you.
about discretion. I understand it would be discretion. I feel like I'm going in circles here, and I don't feel
I think I understand what you
maybe
want.
we're not. I feel like this might be fruitless in this venue for us to continue on. I think that perhaps our attorney, because I hope that she's understanding what I'm asking, she is, will confer with you so that we can get the right information back, so that there's a comfort level here that we're not implementing something for home improvement folks without any policies or procedures that would ensure its intended goal is reached, and moreover, that we're mitigating any risk to this county by way of either not fulfilling our obligations when receiving this information. Okay? And
Just call me up, I'll write down the policy for you.
And I also have a question as to whether we are simply denying or we have the ability to revoke. So if we're getting information, so I'll back up and say, ask the question this way. Is it that we only get the information when the person is up for renewal or submitting, or is it any time that they may commit a crime?
No, during submission.
Only during submission?
Everyone will be grandfathered. Once this resolution is passed, we'll make it effective for all new applicants at that time.
So this is only for new applicants?
Correct.
And it's only during the time of original application? It's not done during renewal?
Except, no, you would receive arrest notifications.
Okay, yeah, so this would be for everybody in the system?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I think it's important for us to know whether, if we can revoke, deny, and if there's policies and procedures. Michelle Darcy from this caucus will reach out to you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wait. No, I think we should go through because I think it's important that we do. I would ask also on the record that whatever discussion and information that you share with the minority council, that you also include our council, Meredith Hughes. But I think also, I just want to make sure that with this, with the Article 23, which is a guideline into regard with the fingerprinting, what you would deny, allow, or whatever, that I guess it would be, you try to adhere to it like a uniform compliance, you know, so that whatever it is, whatever the crime is that the person had committed, it's pretty much the same. Like if three different candidates committed the same crime, usually the way that you handle it would be almost uniformly, correct? Or would they
Correct.
be, yeah.
We have a thing called the commissioners' hearings.
Yeah.
Where we'll bring people in that have some sort of issue. And the way I read my powers, it's really discretionary, but I agree with Legislator Bino. It's very easy to put it down. I've had someone admitted to an assault, explained the situation. It had no bearing on anything to do with home improvement. I'm more interested in a predicate felony being a rapist, a murderer, something like that, or someone who does scheme to defraud, something of that nature.
Okay.
We don't really look at other misdemeanor or light felony crimes. It's really not germane to what we're looking at for someone going into the home.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Any public comment? Okay, I see none. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Oh, yes, but on the record, we are anticipating before the full edge, the vote of the full edge, that they will have met with our councils to discuss the issues that were raised by this legislature. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right. The item passes unanimously. And thank you, by the way. Okay? Clerk item number 412-23, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the city of Glen Cove in relation to services relative to the adjudication of City of Glen Cove's school bus stop safety program. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. The item is before us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Paul Mealy. I'm the Executive Director of the Traffic and Parking Violations Agency. We're here today on a IMA with the City of Glen Cove relative to our agency's prosecution and adjudication of notices of liability under the school bus stop arm safety program. You may recall that we were here, I believe in the spring, relative to an IMA with the town of Hempstead for the same services. This IMA is substantively and substantially the same as the one with the town of Hempstead.
I have a question in regard to this. So these are you hear the cases of people that are contesting
Correct.
the ticket, not necessarily those that received the ticket and they just paid it and they're on with it,
Correct.
right? How many cases are you hearing so far from the town of Hempstead?
We've heard, we started in late April, like the last week of April, and we've calendared about 1,000 cases so far.
Wow.
We're doing an average of 50 per week for the town of Hempstead right now.
And what's the backlog?
That I couldn't tell you. The town, it's only once they get on our calendars that we deal with them.
Because I know when it was first rolled out, because there was a time lapse in between when the tickets were being issued, when we were finally set up to hear the cases, that there probably might have been a couple of hundred tickets that were issued that people were going to contest. So I'm curious where we are with all of this, so.
I mean, you would have to get, or I could get for you, I'm sure, from the town of
Yeah.
Hempstead what the backlog is.
All right, so but you're able, because the hearing officers, are they specific to these type of cases, or any hearing officer? And
They rotate.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them have a preference as to what types of cases they'd like to hear.
Okay.
But other than that, the judges are scheduled according to their availability, and we hear these cases on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, as well as Wednesday evenings.
Okay, and then so you'll be adding the city of Glen Cove, okay?
Yes, and I believe that the town of North Hempstead has passed a local law as well.
Yeah.
We've had some initial discussions with them about an IMA.
Yeah.
I don't believe they've gone live yet
Yeah.
as far as issuing evening warnings. The city of Glen Cove has. I believe the town of Oyster Bay has also passed a local law. But we sent them, I believe, a copy of a proposed IMA, but have not heard back from them yet.
Have you heard from the city of Long Beach? I know the schools, basically, some of them do fall within the town of Hempstead. It's like the city of Glen Cove,
it's
their
coterminous,
schools are
yeah,
just
right.
within their district, but the city of Long Beach, a couple of their schools and a lot of the bus stops fall within the city of Long Beach, where people can pass the school buses.
I understand anecdotally that the city of Long Beach City Court is actually hearing these cases.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any legislative Malay?
Hi, I just want to reiterate what Legislator Ford was saying, that my office had been hearing a number of complaints about the town of Hempstead handling of these tickets. So, but I'm not hearing them now, so I'm hoping that means that things have, gotten better.
Well, if you heard complaints, that was on the town of Hempstead.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
If you're not hearing them, then apparently the town has improved in their handling of the cases.
Yeah, and I agree with you. That's where the problem was. I would be interested, though, in finding out if there is a backlog at all.
Well, I'm sure there is. I just
Okay.
can't tell you what it is.
Can you get back to us with that information?
It's not my information. It would have to come from the town. I mean, so I can't vouch for any information I might have or they might give me.
Okay, so there's no backlog at TIPFA, is
No.
what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we tell them what our availability is, and they fill our calendar according to that availability.
All right, thank you.
Legislator Freddie?
Thank you. How you doing, Judge?
Good afternoon.
The process with a regular ticket, when you get a ticket for speeding, you can go and you speak to an attorney before you get to a judge, and you can try to plea it out, right? Is that the process with a camera ticket?
Yes and no. This is not this is a civil matter.
Okay.
Under the law was passed that civil liability is imposed upon the owner of a vehicle that meets or passes a school bus with its lights flashing. So what we do is preview each matter. When someone comes into TIPFA on one of these hearings, first person they see is one of our clerks who sits down with them and shows them the video and the still images that were provided as part of the evidence package, and discusses with them what the law is and discusses with them whether or not they passed that bus in violation of law. It's as simple usually as asking the person who was charged with the violation to tell us when it was that you stopped. More often than not, when they show us that relative to where the bus was, they agree to pay, and then they make payment to the town of Hempstead. We don't collect payment on these matters. All payments are made directly to the town.
Okay, so more often than not, I would understand that. But what about the time? I mean, I've seen videos on social media and whatever, people posting where, for example, they're literally adjacent to the bus moving as the arm goes out, and they get hit with a ticket. So, and I know that's not us, right? That's whatever. But
it could be us, and well, our judges decide those cases all the time.
Well, that was my question.
And they do decide that it's too close to call or there's no violation.
Okay, so there are instances, because you hear stories that if you get a red light camera ticket, there's no negotiating. It's you're getting hit with it. Is that the same thing with these bus cameras?
My opinion is these are not as clear cut as red light camera tickets.
Right, I would agree. But I just want to make sure it's not the same thinking out there that if because you can get essentially if you there is discretion here to dismiss the ticket.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Because isn't it being reviewed by a private company before the ticket is even issued?
They do they review the tickets. They review the events. If they think there was a violation, they send it on to the town of Hempstead. Town of Hempstead's employees review the same evidence that the vendor did. This is Bus Patrol, I believe. And if they believe there was a violation, they'll issue it. It then goes out. Notice the violation goes to the vendor, goes to the motorist. They have the opportunity to go online and view the video and see. They can also see the still images. They decide then whether they're going to pay or whether they're going to contest liability. If they contest liability, eventually they get a notice to come to us on a certain date. When they get there, we'll review the evidence package with them again. If we don't reach a disposition with them, then they can go. Then they proceed with their hearing, and the judge makes the call as to whether or not there's liability.
Are you seeing more hearings for the bus camera tickets than you are red light camera tickets?
I honestly can't say. I would assume yes. It's a $250 ticket, so and it's new, so I can't say percentage-wise whether we are or not. They're two different animals, and I haven't really looked at that.
Okay, all right. I'm just my own anecdotal evidence is seeing not a lot, but there have been videos I've seen where it didn't look like they should get a ticket for passing a bus, and they did. And I just want to. That's why I'm asking. There is a mechanism in place where there are people challenging that.
That's the purpose. I mean, the statute 1174A of the Vehicle and Traffic Law says there has to be a process by which there's a hearing before a judicial hearing officer, and that's for the purpose of contesting liability and determining whether or not there is liability under the statute.
All right. Thank you.
Going back to your initial question, though, it's also unlike someone who comes in on a traffic ticket because there's not a compromise on these. It's you're either liable or you're not. So we either sometimes make a pre-hearing recommendation to a judge or the prosecutor to make a pre-hearing determination that it's not a case that we should proceed with. If we proceed with it, it goes to the judge. It's not where you can pay $150 versus $250 and walk out of there.
Yeah, I agree with you. It seems a lot more clear cut with the red light camera tickets. You see the video, you either went through the red light or you didn't. Whereas there's other variables.
Absolutely.
Did the bus driver wave you on? Things like that. So.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Paul. So one thing in Glen Cove, who was going to be reviewing the tickets before it goes? Like what department? Do you know?
Whatever officer they designate, it's the city.
Okay.
I think by law it has to be an employee of the city.
So not like a police officer, just a regular.
It could be, but it's not necessarily. I don't know.
Okay, and I'm sure we're going to get calls. So if someone has a question, that's one of the things I heard with other towns, that it's difficult to get in touch with someone to speak with them when they receive the ticket. Is there a number or?
It'll be on the notice of liability, and that's a call that goes to the town's or the city's vendor.
Goes to the city's vendor, because we've been hearing that number has not been easy to access.
Well, we've heard that too.
Yeah. So when they call us and say that they can't get an answer from that number, what do you advise that we say?
Try again. I'm no better to get that answer than you are, because all we do is we're providing a service. We don't administer the program. Red light cameras, we administer the program, and our people take those calls and respond to them. In this case, we adjudicate. So if there's a problem with the program or the ticket, by all means, you should advise everybody to request a hearing, first and foremost. Preserve their right to contest that liability.
Okay, and then once they request a hearing, they would come before TIPFA?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what they might have to do if they really feel. So we don't have any statistics yet, like the rate of error or how many are dismissed compared, nothing?
None that I keep track of, to be honest with you.
I know, it's hard
We
with
just
all.
adjudicate, just like anything else. I don't keep track of guilty pleas or guilty findings after trials or hearings.
Yeah, so we don't know, with all the different towns, I'm sure it's also hard to get a feel.
Well, Glen Cove, I mean, the only thing we have to go by right now is Hempstead.
I don't know, yeah, where would we get that information? From the providers or from the comptroller's office?
Well, I would think you have to start with the town of Hempstead.
And see how their process has been. All right, so first call I get is your cell phone. Yeah. All right, so first call I get is that it's basically a process that the vendor handles. It's reviewed by the police, and if you have any other question, or it's reviewed by someone with the city, and if you have any other questions, to ask for a hearing.
I mean, we've related to them what we hear because we do get calls from your office and from other legislators' office about these tickets, and we let them know what we're hearing and ask them to respond.
Is there any way, I mean, I would like to know, I think it would be prudent to find out how many tickets are basically issued as a result of motorists passing stop school buses.
Well,
I mean, that's...
I can give you the number of tickets issued.
Yeah.
And the number of tickets on which hearings have been requested, because that's the basis upon which the county is paid.
Yeah.
So I could give you those, I could get those numbers to you.
So we have no interaction, so the county does not have any interaction with the provider of this service. What is it?
Only to the extent that they schedule the hearings on our calendar.
So it's not the town that schedules it. It would be
Their vendor does.
Their vendors, and the vendor is the one who operates. They are the ones who operate the bus system.
Well, they're the ones that operate the cameras.
The cameras. I'm sorry,
Right.
I said that wrong. So is it possible then that whoever contacts you, there must be somebody within this company, the vendor, that they have a government liaison person that would deal even with a town councilman. If you're a town of Hempstead councilman, I'm sure that they get calls also, and they should have the ability to be able to reach out to a contact. It seems like we have contacts in various jurisdictions, whether or not it's the electric company, gas, or whatever, that I'm curious then, the individual that would contact you to schedule these hearings, is that person also somebody that we can contact if we have a question about, if we have a resident who has a question about the ticket that they received? I mean, it's worth looking into.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's worth looking into.
Yeah, because I think it's, very important.
I mean, we can reach out to the town or the town attorney's office and find out if in fact there's a liaison within the town that
there has
we
to
can
be. There's
communicate
like,
with?
because it's a new system, and I know that we're not directly involved in it, but we do share these constituents. I mean, and it's people that may have questions or they're concerned about something, or they're losing their mind over the fact that they might have gotten more than one ticket, and they're $250. So I'm also curious. So when somebody goes to a hearing, okay, and they go before one of your attorneys, and that hearing officer then shows them the video, and they look at it and they realize that it is something that they really don't know whether or not that person actually passed the camera, or like they illegally passed it. So in essence, then you would say that you really can't say that there was a violation. So you then
the judge determines them to be not liable.
Liable. So that person doesn't pay $250 at all. They don't pay anything, correct? Okay. So have you gotten any pushback from the town of Hempstead on any of these decisions? Like if like if the judge said, like there were 10 or 100 people, that they dismiss those violations, you don't get any pushback from the town as to, okay, that's
No.
good to hear. Okay. All right. With, have they decided, like with the divided highways, I know that has always been a big issue in regard to our roads, that we have, like some roads are 2 lanes eastbound, whatever, 2 lanes, and maybe it's not that wide, but then you may have another road that would be basically the same lanes, but it might have a wider median. So is there any consideration given to the distance of the medians and the site for people going past on the opposite side?
It's my understanding that if a police officer were to make this observation and issue a ticket, the existence of the median is of no consequence. The towns could, in their discretion, decide that they're not going to issue tickets under those circumstances. I don't know if they have or not. Again, that's up to them. Our judges are going to be guided by 1174 subdivision A of the Vehicle and Traffic Law, which sets forth the standards to which a motorist must comply.
To look into this. Any other legislator? Okay, here we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Judge. Thank you very much for your testimony. I really appreciate this, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, we have, the administration has requested that we make a motion to table this item for the time being. Do I have a motion to table? Table this item. Anybody? Okay. Legislator, the one on code. They just asked to have it tabled. The administration. Okay. All right. So, moved by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. All those in favor of tabling this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item is tabled. All right.
Could we just keep on the record, though, that we would like an explanation as to what's going on with it? If it's,
Chris,
why it was
would you?
tabled? And,
maybe Chris can give us an insight.
Chris Lemoyne from the administration. Yes, we will get you some information. I don't have anything to report right now, but I will get you something. Okay?
Thank you, because it was like, okay. All right, as there is no other business in front of this committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much, and everybody, thank you all. This is my last Public Safety Committee, and I thank you all for being on this committee with me. I chaired the best committee with the best people in Nassau County. Thank you. Health is next. That's you.
the Health Committee to order and ask the clerk to take the roll, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Health and Social Service, roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan is absent. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Delia Delucci-Witten. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Legislator Michael G. N. Gregorio.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chairwoman Mazi Philippe. Thank you. Chairwoman Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, there is only one item on the agenda today. It is Clerk Item 396-23, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Health Department. We have a motion, please, by Legislator Gian Gregorio, seconded by Legislator Drucker.
Hi, good afternoon. Alyssa Zarabian, Nassau County Department of Health. Item 396-23 contains 5 supplemental appropriations. The first supplemental appropriation is in the amount of $490,000 for the STD Disease Intervention Services Grant. Staff in this grant confirm the diagnosis and treatment of the infection with the healthcare provider. The patient is interviewed, counseled, and education is provided. Partner notification and referrals for testing are also provided. The second supplemental appropriation is in the amount of $145,955 for the Drinking Water Enhancement Grant to protect and enhance the public water supply in Nassau County and to ensure the safety of the drinking water. The third and fourth supplemental appropriations are in the amount of $44,137 and $5,978,226 respectively, and that is for the Ryan White Grant. The federal government provides these funds for comprehensive health and social services for people living with HIV and AIDS in Nassau and Suffolk counties. Nassau County is the designated grantee for both counties. We contract with United Way of Long Island as technical support agency. This award also includes $449,000 for a minority AIDS initiative to address disparities in access, treatment, and care for racial and ethnic minorities. And the fifth and final supplemental appropriation in this item is in the amount of $74,425. It is a newly awarded grant from the National Association of County and City Health Officials titled Infectious Disease Outbreaks, Enhancing Forecasting and Analytics Capabilities for Local Health Departments. This grant will help proactively predict and analyze disease outbreaks to better protect the public health. All 5 supplemental appropriations are 100% grant funded from either New York State or from the Centers for Disease Control and will have no net impact on the budget.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the legislators? Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on supplemental number 19. Do any of the water providers have access? How do the local water providers get access to any part of those funds, which are used to evaluate emerging or volatile contaminants?
This is for the second one for the Drinking Water Enhancement Grant.
Number 19. Supplemental number 19, it says. For $145,955.
Yeah, so that program assures that the 46 water districts in Nassau County adhere and comply to Part 5 of the New York State Sanitary Code and the Nassau County Public Health Ordinance. So that's used by our Division of Environmental Health.
Right, but how do they get the money to help them in their evaluation? Every water provider has wells in their own community, in their own district, their own whatever, and they want to be able to evaluate their own in that community.
Andy Simone Health. So they can check their own water supply, but this grant does the double check and has our staff go out and actually sample the water. And that this money takes care of that,
Okay,
pays for the sampling, and
Well, who asks the county to go out and double check?
it's a public health law.
So you have to go out
Have
to
to do it.
all of the providers?
Correct.
Okay. So this money obviously is not a lot, but
Right.
it's enough to help with the existing funding that you have to do this outreach?
It pays for the staff and the specimen, how they do the bacteriological sampling at the lab.
Thank you. That's really what I wanted to know. Appreciate it.
And can I just ask too, we know that the water districts do all their own testing, and I know the water districts that Arnie and I represent, they do plenty of testing because they have a lot of issues. But do you find that your testing matches their testing, or have you found that there are often times where you find something they don't?
We're going to have to get back to you on that. That's too much program detail for us to answer.
Okay, I mean, I would assume, I mean, the water districts are very, very attuned to what they have to do, so I would hope that answer is you find them to be doing the right thing. But just, I'd like to know that, and I'm sure
We'll get
we'd
back
all
to you
like
with
to
that
know
answer.
that.
Good question.
Okay. Yeah, and Marcy?
Thank you. I would like to know, are you checking all the water districts? How often?
Yes. Do you know?
No.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know exactly how often. We can ask program and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other legislators? Any public comment? Then seeing none, all in favor of clerk item 39623, signify by saying aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Then this will move on to finance. And thank you both very much for your presentation. There is no other business before this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn by legislator Gaylor, seconded by legislator Dirigi Witten. All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. Okay, we are adjourned, and we'll move on to finance.
I'd ask the members of the Finance Committee to please take your seats. would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roll call Finance Committee. Legislator Joshua Lafazan is absent. Legislator Carrier Solage. Thank you. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman John Ferretti. Chairman Howard Copel.
I am here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Okay, first we're going to start with a motion to suspend the rules. Motion by Ms. Walker, and seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The rules are suspended. We have a few consent items that have gone through other committees, and the minority have agreed that there's no further debate or discussion required. Those items are numbers 396, 397, 401, and on the addendum 410 and 414. Motion by Mr. Solage, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. All those in favor of those items, please so indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. Okay. I am going to now call a bunch of items together. All of these items refer to regulating the assessment roles for various municipalities. And those are items numbers 361, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 371, 373, 374, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, 387, 388, and 389. Make sure. Okay, motion by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of those items, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. Now, number 351 is a resolution to authorize execution of a tax exemption extension certificate agreement between the County of Nassau and Sunny Lane or Bethpage Development Company. Motion by Mr. Drucker, seconded by Mr. Ferretti. Do we have someone on that item? Mr. Schneider, Mr. Schneider? Yeah, just one moment till the administration presents. And I should tell you, Mr. Schneider, I don't think there's going to be a lot of worry about it, so you can feel free to come up and speak anyway, but that's up to you. Lisa.
Thank you, Legislator. Lisa Locurdo, Deputy County Attorney, County Attorney's Office. This item, which is before you, legislators, is for a tax exemption agreement for affordable senior housing cooperative apartments. The 351 is in Sunny Lane within the town of Worcester Bay. I know it wasn't called, but 352 is also Central Park Estates is another.
Yeah, so, okay, we didn't, Lisa, you know what, why don't I go ahead and call all of those, and you can talk to all of them, sure.
Sure, thank you.
So, I've already called 351, 352, 353, 354, relate to tax exemption extension agreements between, respectively, Central Park Estates Redevelopment Company, Oceanside Cove Redevelopment, and the Meadows Redevelopment Company. And Motion on that is Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Walker. Now, please go ahead and all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. These tax abatement agreements, which we are extending, are created under the Public Housing Finance Law, Section 125. Their purpose is to encourage and enable private developers to create affordable housing. The statute dictates the percentages of abatements that are to be applied to the assessed values of the properties. The current exemptions are expiring. What we're attempting to do here is to continue to make the senior cooperatives that exist in the town of Hempstead and the town of Oyster Bay to continue to be affordable. And under the statute, it permits up to a one-time extension. When you exercise that extension, you can extend it to a maximum of 25 years. We're extending it for 25 years. All these resolutions, actually the county is the pass-through providing because we're the taxing authority on behalf of the towns and the special districts and the schools. All of these abatements were approved by town resolutions and are authorized by the towns. This will put them on the roll and enable the abatements to continue. Just the goal is to continue to provide affordable housing for our seniors. We have, I know, council is going to come up and speak to see if there could be a greater type of exemption. We can't do that because we're constrained by what the state law does, but we did put into the agreements that should there be a change in state law, that the county would be happy to go back and amend these agreements. So those are the four that are before you, and we recommend approving.
Thank you. Any questions, any debate? Mr. Schneider, would you care to add something?
Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today. And Ms. Licurdo hit on some of the important issues. I'm not here today to, I understand that you are likely to approve these, but I want all of you to understand the greater issue that's before you. Sunny Lane at Bethpage Redevelopment Company Owners Corp. is a senior housing community that was formed under the Town of Oyster Bay program, the S2 program for seniors 62 years in age or older. There are many similar co-ops within the Town of Oyster Bay, and as you can see, many others within the county. When these co-ops were created, they were afforded this pilot so that they could be affordable. The key word here is affordability, and you heard Ms. Licurdo say that. The pilot provided a significant exemption on the payment of certain property taxes. This made sense since these seniors don't use the school systems, amongst other resources. Enter the problem. The pilot agreements were granted pursuant to the private housing finance law. Because Sunny Lane is a mutual redevelopment company, as are many of the other ones that you're going to be faced with and have here today, as well as many others that are going to continue to expire, pursuant to the following private housing finance law provision, the agreement can only be renewed once for a 25-year period, and even worse, it cannot be renewed on the exact same terms as presently exist. And that's what I think you did not hear yet today. Instead, the agreement is limited to 2 years at the same rate of exemption that the expiring agreement provided, which I believe was a 94% exemption, and then the benefit sharply slides down until these thousands of seniors lose their benefit completely. The present private housing finance law section provides that the rate of exemption shall not exceed an average of 50% during the extended term, and the first 2 years of the extended term shall continue at a rate of exemption immediately preceding the expiration of the initial 25-year term, and thereafter shall be decreased in equal biennial decrements. What does that mean? It means there will be no more affordability to these co-ops where the shareholders and owners are limited in what they can sell their units for and whose purchasers have restrictions based on their income eligibility. Well, for these seniors, clearly this would not have been the intent when the pilot agreements were entered into. And like many laws which provide benefits of this length of time, it's often not contemplated what will happen when that time comes. Well, for these seniors, that time is now. My firm represents many of these communities. I'm imploring all of you to act now. A new law needs to be adopted so that these benefits are not lost and Nassau County does not wind up with a crisis as a result of the increased cost that these senior citizens will have to pay for taxes that are not contemplated by the county. This would be a windfall to the county at the expense of senior citizens who paid Nassau County taxes for years and need the affordable housing to remain in Nassau County. Remember, the applicants and purchasers had to reside in the town of Oyster Bay to be able to apply for and qualify for one of these units. In that regard, in the interim, I requested the county consider the following language to the proposed agreement which you're considering here today, so that while the legislator hopefully considers the necessary amendment to the private housing finance law, once a new law comes in place, it could be changed. You heard Ms. Licurdo, if I could have just a few more seconds, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, sure. Please.
Because it's a very important issue. Thank you.
Go ahead.
While you heard Ms. Licurdo say that they put language into the agreement that says that the county would be happy to amend them, that's not exactly what's in the agreement. What's in the agreement is a section that says, this agreement may be modified only by written instrument duly executed by the parties hereto, and shall be construed and interpreted and may be modified in accordance with the laws of the state of New York. Not it will be. We know that a law needs to be passed. There's been back and forth over whether it's a state law or it's a home rule law. We'll get to that in a second. I requested that the language that be added would state, in that regard, to the extent the law is amended, modified, or repealed, so as to eliminate or modify the requirement of Article 5, Section 125(1)A, to limit the extension of the tax agreement to be only for one 25-year period and at a rate of tax exemption not to exceed an average of 50% of the tax exemption originally afforded to Sunny Lane during such additional period.
So Mr. Schneider, it seems to me that your primary issue is, of course, is the state law, because this goes as far as the state is going to allow. I am not sure, and I'd have to get advice of counsel, but I'm not sure that we're even able to, the county, we being the county, that we're able to do a contract now that prospectively will go ahead and change the commitment of the county based upon something that the state may or may not do in the future. I don't think that's doable. Now, let me, and again, I could be wrong, but I believe counsel is nodding, so I think that is the case. Now, I'll also say that, as you can see, there's an appetite here to make sure that the seniors do get the maximum that is due, that is possible, and so therefore I would feel rather sanguine about the likelihood that once the state, if and when the state does amend the law, that we'll go ahead and do the same here. So right now, and I'll say one last thing. If we don't pass this now, it's going to go over till next year, because it's not going to happen this minute.
I'm not suggesting that you're not pass it. I think I started out by saying I expect you to, and I'm fine with that. And I will tell you that I have had discussion with the county attorney's office regarding that exact language. We could differ on what can be done. If a law is passed and the law is the law, why wouldn't the agreement automatically, why wouldn't the legislature comply with the law, right?
You know, we can go round and round with that, but it's not going to really accomplish anything right here. I think what we have before us is good. Hopefully we'll get better going in the future, but meanwhile let's not have the better be the enemy of the good, and let's get this done.
I'm with you.
Okay?
My only closing point, my point of presenting today was so that everybody is aware of the issue, because we've got legislators here, right, who have the ability and the power to make sure that this happens so that the seniors do not suffer, because I think, as we just heard from Ms. Licurdo and from yourself, that certainly that is not the intent, is to hurt seniors. We can prevent that, right? And I think we need to put this as a high priority and make sure that it gets done, because this is not an issue that came up yesterday. I've been working on this issue now for a while.
Understood.
So I implore all of you to please do what's necessary and make sure that our seniors are protected.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. McKevitt.
Mr. Schneider, listen, I agree with you 100%, but I just want to make sure you're very clear is that it's not up to the ability of the people in this panel to change this. You know, you have to work with the Senate and the Assembly. I've already spoken to some of them regarding it. We need to have a lot of conversations, and with the state in general. And my understanding is there may be some reluctancy on the state in order to do this. Again, not from our representatives, but we're having a change in state laws. So it's something we need to move on as soon as possible to get this moving, because if this doesn't get done, the ramifications can be quite drastic. I live literally 1 block away from the Meadows in East Meadow, and this will have devastating consequences on those people.
Yeah.
So I'm very well aware of that. But again, we have a much more challenging battle dealing with the state right now. We need to be united in that battle and move through it as quickly as possible.
So I appreciate that. And what I'll say to you is that what I'm being told by at least one Assembly person is that it's actually probably a local law that has to be enacted first.
Might be. And, you know, the problem is that right now it is the private housing finance law,
Sure.
which is one of the most, as an attorney who worked years ago, is one of the most convoluted written statutes there is. I mean, my head spins around going through it.
Sure.
And we would prefer it can be considered local law, because that's easier to be done than a state law. But at the end of the day, it's up to the Speaker's office and the Majority Leader's office how that's done. So we'll give it that first shot. I agree it's the best strategy to go, but it may not work. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, and I'm appreciative of the fact that you appear to be working along behind the scenes with this as well, because it is going to have a drastic consequence. And just so you know, I participate in a group of board members of the communities, the co-ops that are part of the Town of Oyster Bay housing units, and they are gravely, gravely concerned. And you know, this is one here. We have another one that's coming up right behind it, and a whole bunch more, because the 25 years is coming due. And you know, look, the private housing finance law section that it applies to, I agree with what Ms. Licurdo said. It's normally typically for developer incentives, but developer incentives then turn into like a rental owner, right? Here we've got shareholders, they're co-op shareholders, and this is not a situation where we want to say to them, well, you got your benefit, it's over. There are new people purchasing every day here. And of course, people that are living on fixed incomes in many of these communities. So I appreciate that, and thank you very much.
We are very aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I appreciate that. And to echo Legislator McKevitt's comments, I have recently spoken to directors and residents of at least two other senior housing complexes in the town of Oyster Bay and Woodbury. They're not the four that are here.
Right.
But I will tell you that the residents that I spoke to were panic-stricken. And they reiterated to me that they were speaking to their state representatives, imploring them to act on this. And I, of course, am sympathetic and very interested, as all of us are, and Tom, you've certainly expressed that. So, am I to assume that because you're here today on Sunny Lane and Central Park Estates and the other two, that there are others in the town of Oyster Bay that I know of that are not here, so that means they're going to be coming down the pike soon?
You're 100% correct. There are many others.
Yeah.
Many. We're talking about thousands of seniors that are going to be impacted by this.
Yeah, they were panic-stricken. They basically, as we can all possibly imagine, someone who's, you know, let's say in their 70s or 80s, now faced with the prospect of not being able to afford where they live is very scary.
And the housing was put in place for affordability. That it's kind of totally contradictory, right? That's why I say this is one of those, I think, unintended consequences that needs to be fixed. I would be surprised if any assemblyman or senator would think this was something that doesn't need to be done.
I think you're preaching to the choir on both sides here, so that's not an issue.
And you may be surprised.
And I'm hoping that our state representatives are very sympathetic too, and we should certainly monitor their progress up in Albany. But this is a worthy endeavor for all of us to get behind.
Ms. Walker.
Mr. Schneider, I want to thank you too. When this came to me good while back. I don't live in one of those developments, but I represent the residents who do. And as Legislator Drucker said and Legislator McKevitt, they were panic-stricken, and their boards were panic-stricken as to, what are we doing here? And so right away we got on it. We had our council working with them too, and speaking with them and getting all the information. And it is something we can tell you that we will be continuously working on here, and working with our state representatives who also represent those residents here. I just hope the rest of the state is equally willing to work with us and do the right thing for our seniors, because I wasn't on the town board when these, first came to fruition. Later, as additional ones were built, I was a part of it and then moved on to the legislature. But this was to make sure our residents could stay in their home communities and close by, be by their families, and be able to live here. And we don't want to see them, especially now as many of them have gotten older. You have enough issues to face with them as they've gotten older, because for some of them, it's hard for them to live by themselves anymore. And, so they have additional things to have to face, but something that we will all be working on together, and I'm sure the rest of us here. I know there's many more in the town of Oyster Bay, but I'm sure there's others in the town of Hempstead and other places where they're going to be faced with the same issue.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct, and I do want to thank you. I know you've been very helpful in the past to the housing board members and residents of the town of Oyster Bay's program, and the town of Oyster Bay has also been very, very helpful. I know that they're fighting in the background too as well. But obviously anything that each of you can do to assist, obviously with regard to the state, would be certainly greatly appreciated, because it's a problem that I think none of us want on our doorstep when it comes.
I have one final question. Just procedurally, if we pass these 4 resolutions and there's no state law in effect, what happens? How does this work?
The state law does work now.
No. He's correct. What happens is so you're allowed a 2-year. It's 2 years at the same rate. So most of the co-ops have a 94% exemption, I think it is, and they're going to get 2 years of that. Now, Sunny Lane, which is before you, is already 1 year into it. So they're into their 2nd year. So they're about to be in a situation. If you look at the schedules behind the agreements, they decline rapidly after that. So they're going to wind up paying higher tax to the county very quickly.
If the resolutions are not passed?
No. If the resolutions are not passed, they lose their exemption completely. So passing the resolutions, I think everybody probably agrees.
We're doing the maximum that we can do right now.
Right.
State law,
but we need to make sure that we don't just pass the resolutions and then do nothing, because I've spoken to some people who don't even realize what these schedules are. They think their pilots are getting extended.
We need to, all of us, work towards getting the state to do what it needs to do, and then we can do what we need to do.
I'm just trying to understand the ramifications of it now.
Right now. It declines rapidly.
Okay, so that's.
I've been told that if we don't get these passed, that the assessor's office will then reassess them basically at their full value. They'll pay 100% tax.
Immediately?
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Okay,
Lisa, did you have something to add? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you very much.
All those in favor of numbers 351, 352, 353, and 354, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. Thank you. All right. Let's see now. Okay, next item is number 390, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to authorize a grant agreement, to execute a grant agreement on behalf of Parks and the Community Healing and Caring Center, Inc. And there's a motion by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Solage.
Good afternoon, Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner, presenting a hotel motel tax grant agreement between the county and Community Healing and Caring Center, Inc., a non-profit organization based in Valley Stream. The requested amount of funding is $6,757. The purpose of the agreement is to provide the organization to allow them to provide a program to youth to address issues of worthiness, accountability, and identity through dance and music. The term of this agreement is April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024. The funding source is the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund.
Okay, you know what? They've got a few more I see, so let me call all of them and then we can go through all of them, okay? Numbers 391 is Parks, between Parks and North Shore Historical Museum. 392 is with East Meadow Public Library. 393 is with Cornell Cooperative Extension. And 394 is with Elmont Cultural Center, DBA the Cultural Center. Motion by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Ferretti. All right, why don't you go through all of them, please?
Okay, so 39123 is a Hotel Motel Tax Grant Agreement between the county and the North Shore Historical Museum in Glen Cove. The requested amount of funding is $6,500. The purpose is for them to continue the restoration of the building's storm windows. 38 of 60 have been completed to historic preservation standards so far. This funding will allow them to do 5 or 6 more. The term of this agreement is for 1 year, from May 1st, 2023 to April 30th, 2024. The funding source, again, is the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund. 39223, again, Hotel Motel Tax Grant Agreement between the county and the East Meadow Public Library. The requested amount for this funding is $10,000. The purpose of the agreement is for the library to provide 2 cultural programs, a swing time big band concert for military veterans and a Christmas carol, which I thought this was kind of cool, performed by the great-great-grandson of the author, Charles Dickens. The term of this agreement is for 1 year, commencing on October 1st, 2023, and ending on September 30th, 2024. Again, funded by Hotel Motel Tax
Does
Grant
that grandson
Fund.
live here in Nassau County?
I don't know. I'm going to find out further. I'll let you know. I was prepping, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. 39323 is an agreement between the county, Hotel Motel Tax Grant Agreement, and Cornell Cooperative Extension of Nassau County. As you all know, Cornell is housed in Eisenhower Park, where they hold a wonderful farmers market each year. They also operate the East Meadow Farm and a sleepaway camp in partnership with the county. The requested amount is $65,000. This funding will be used to continue programs for children and adults through the East Meadow Farm and allow them to operate the farm stand there. The term of this agreement is from June 1st, 2023 through May 31st, 2024, funded through the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund.
Any questions? Okay.
Finally, item 3.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you hadn't finished. Go on, please. No, go. It was my mistake.
Okay.
Go, finish.
Item 39423, again, another Hotel Motel Tax Grant Agreement between the county and the Elmont Cultural Center. The requested amount of this funding is $6,757. The purpose is to support the annual Juneteenth cultural celebration held in the Argo neighborhood in Elmont on Elmont Road and Village Avenue. The term of this agreement is between April 11, 2023 and March 31st, 2024. Funding, again, Hotel Motel Tax Grant Fund.
Okay, now, any questions? Okay. Yes, Ms. Walker?
One quick question, back on 393. How are they doing with the camp out east?
I'm told it needs a lot of work and that they want to encourage a meeting with the administration. But right now, they are making that education center near the farm. So I think the focus will be on that, and then we're going to return looking at that.
Okay.
I actually was out there early October, and I drove through, and it looks aged, but they have children coming, and we just need to support them with some upkeep possibly.
Okay. I mean, I remember bringing my kids there. So,
Probably hasn't changed since your kids were there.
No, probably not. And it probably needed some work back then.
Yeah, and I'm not being funny. I'm serious.
No, I totally agree. But it was a great place, and, so you like to see it move forward, and whatever upkeeps they might need to refurbish it somehow and
yes,
bring it up to today's standards a little bit.
Exactly.
So, okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any more? Hearing none, all those in favor of those items, please so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, those items pass unanimously. Thank you. Number 398 is appropriations ordinance connection with Office of Management and Budget. And that motion is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Drucker. Andy?
Good afternoon, Andy Parsick, Office of Management and Budget. 398 is a 5 supplementals for legal aid and the 18B. The first one is for Fourth Council. They do these in distribution, so every year we have to redo them, so I'm going to go through them just and go over the amounts. Fourth Council, year one at first appearance is $250,990.50. The second one is for year two, which is for the same amount. The third one is for distribution 13, year one, which is, again, this is for legal aid and 18B. There's monies that get distributed from New York State legal aid for $640,854. Then there's year two for distribution 13, which is $480,076. And the last one is for distribution 12 for $698,604. These are recurring grants that come through from state legal aid, and we have to redistribute them annually. So if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Any questions? All right, all those in favor of 398, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that item is unanimous. 399 and 400 are both transfers of appropriations. Motion by Mr. Drucker, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. Are you on both of them, Inspector?
Excuse me, sir?
Are you on both of 399?
I have 399.
399, yes, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector, Police Department. Item 399-23 is 2 board transfers. The first board transfer is the motor carrier 21 grant. This will transfer funds from the salary to our general expense lines. The second is the GIVE grant. This will transfer funding as well in order to maximize reimbursement for the county.
Okay, thank you. 400?
Good afternoon again. Alyssa Zarabian, the Health Department. Item 400-23 contains 2 board transfers to maximize grant funding. The first one is in the amount of $132, and that is for the Early Intervention Grant. Savings and pension will be utilized to cover salary. The second one is in the amount of $20,000, and it is for the Ryan White Part A grant. Funds saved in salary will be used to cover an increase in contractual services. Both programs are 100% grant funded.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, those 2 items are unanimous. Now, on to the addendum. Numbers 402 and 403 are also transfers of appropriations. Motion by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Ferretti.
Andy Parsick, Office of Management and Budget. Item 402 is just redistributing funds inside the litigation fund as a result of an arbitration award for the COVID time during COVID for the CSEA employees. It's approximately $28 million. The distribution is to approximately 4,200 individuals, and they vary in size based on the number of hours they worked. And basically, it just settles an old claim, and this was part of the contract negotiations with CSEA. So it's been long out there. The liability was in excess of $100 million, and the arbitration award came in at about 24 in total. But with fringe benefits, it's another $4 million, making it almost $28 million. So,
any questions on this? All right. Do you have 403 as well?
Yeah, I have 403. Yes, I do. Okay. Item 403 is a transfer of appropriations in the ARPA funds of $10 million. We had appropriated money in the 23 budget into a general reserve. We're now moving it out into a tourism line. As we all recall, the county lost approximately $270 million, which I think is part of the grand scheme we're going to take as revenue loss as the clock is ticking on this money. We plan, once we have finalization between us and the legislature, to move this money into somewhat of a tax stabilization reserve. Not sure how we're going to do that yet, but that's part of the plan that we have, considering that we're hitting economic headwinds haven't hit yet, but I do believe that we're headed down there, that we're going to be hitting a recession, and I keep saying that, but when that is, I don't know. And considering that inflation this year has been astronomical, it's going to be a little challenging for future budgets, as I can tell you, as the margins get thinner as we go along. In addition, there will be funds made available to this legislative body for special projects, along with the county executive, to give to the legislature for special projects, but they have to be very project specific, meaning the non-recurring items that are in the budget, meaning that we want to give equipment, technology to whatever the legislature would like to do, and the administration will work hand in hand with the legislature on how we can disperse those funds. The $10 million item before you right now is monies to be spent for what we're going to call the 125th anniversary of the county. The plan is to get some advertising out there and have a big event, because this is a thing that promotes tourism and fits in conformity of the ARPA funds. And we believe that this, based on what we spent the previous money on, it's been very successful with the concert series that we have with the park, with Joan Jett and all the other things that we did. We believe this will be a big success. The county executive is going to be putting a plan together in January, going to be soliciting the legislature to figure out what's the best way to handle this money. And any of these monies that will be spent will have to go through you with contracts and everything else. But we need to get the ball rolling in order to make the plan, in order to effectuate this.
This is just to make the funding available, but it's not for specific
It's
items.
not for a specific purpose yet. We're just moving it so that we can get the plan rolling.
Further,
It's going to take us time.
Yeah.
It's going to take us time to develop this plan. So.
And it doesn't preclude us moving ahead with other ARPA money projects?
Nope.
Okay, fine.
We haven't touched it. We had money set aside. We just appropriated all the money, and now we're just starting to spend it. But sooner or later, we're going to have to remove the rest of the money because the clock is ticking. It needs to be obligated by 2024. So we're getting close to that time frame.
Okay, got it. Any questions? Mr. Solage, then.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just trying to understand this better. What do you mean by galas? I mean, is my constituent Tyrone Jones invited to this gala?
It's going to be open to all county residents. I think there's a plan. I don't have specifics, legislator.
They have to wear a bow tie, and what do you mean?
I think there's a plan to celebrate the county's 125th anniversary that'll benefit all residents if they choose to attend these events. I don't think it's just going to be one event. I think it's going to be several things. I don't have a formulated plan yet, so I can't give you the specifics, but it's going to be open to all county residents because that's the only way we could do this.
Really? Who's doing the invitation list?
I can't answer that, legislator. I don't think it'll be an invitation list. I think there'll be a lot of advertising telling people that we're going to have these events at different locations. And again, I can't speak to the specifics because we don't have a defined plan yet, but we need to have the money in place in order to effectuate that plan.
I don't understand. I'm sorry. A gala. I need more details here. I mean, is this to celebrate the anniversary of the county or someone's future
It's the
re-election?
anniversary of the county. If I said gala, I misspoke. It's for the anniversary, 125th anniversary of the county. So I would imagine there'll be several events. Specifically what they are, I do not know. There'll be a lot of advertising to bring people out like we did with the previous concert series to get things out there so that people know that this is what we're doing. But again, I don't have a specific plan in place. We're going to develop that plan, but we need the money in place so that we know.
Yeah, but I want to provide the money where there's a plan. I mean, planning, failing to plan is like planning to fail.
You will have control over that because all I'm doing is putting money into this budget, and then when the contracts come before you, you will have the ability to say yay or nay to those programs that we put
On the invitation for these galas, will it have just Bruce Blakeman's name only? I mean, will it have his name on it for his re-election? I mean, what is the purpose of this gala?
I believe that this is going to be a 125th anniversary celebration for all county residents. I don't know invitations or anything else or specifics other than that. So,
okay. Social services or mental health, why don't have this money put in those lines?
We just speak. Well, let me just say that in the 2024 budget, we increased social service programs by almost $40 million. So I think there's ample coverage in there. And what I will say is that the revenue loss, which I spoke of earlier, future budgets are going to be challenged because of state and federal budgets are going to be getting stretched thin, which we're going to need to fund those programs. Because despite what we think, we get some federal aid for these programs, but it's not going to be funded in future years. So that would be part of the plan to use that $270 million revenue loss in the future when we start to see diminished funding in federal and state programs that are not going to be given to us.
Will it be a black tie gala? No, I need to know honestly.
I
Really,
understand, but I can't.
I know
really-
after the pandemic, we've been kind of lax with rules of attire. I mean, I'm looking at U.S. Senate. Some senators are wearing hoods, but no, really, what is the dress code for this gala? I would like to know, please.
I cannot answer that.
I need to get ready. Thank you very
Understood.
much.
Understood.
Andy, what were your alternatives or other options besides appropriating the money towards tourism? Before you formulated this idea, you said you had to move the money. It was a little sense of urgency here. Why tourism? Why not Department of Social Services? Why not mental health? Why not homelessness? Why not veterans?
Again, the operating budget has covered those issues.
Yeah,
with
but you could always $10 million
significant-
more. $10 million is $10 million.
But there is an economic benefit to the tourism piece of this, and we saw that. Our hotel motel tax, because we're recovering from the pandemic, it is a marketing to get the county back on its feet, and we never really had a program for that. And it's twofold. As things increase in cost, we will have the ability as a result of this additional revenues to spend on those things from this revenue coming in from sales tax and hotel motel tax. So there is an economic benefit to this, and I believe that you attract people to this county, and I think it's the first time we're actually saying that please come to Nassau County, please come to the concert series. It's been very successful. So. And look, we're just getting planning to get the money spent. We haven't spent it yet. If we don't spend it, we'll put it back into the coffers and do something with it.
Right, but once you come to us, you come back to us for a contract regarding something with tourism, and we say no, it still stays in tourism. And that's a problem. What about the people who are living under a bridge somewhere? I think they'd rather have something to say about that $10 million than a gala. Or the veterans, or people who are on substance abuse, or, all kinds of, it's a matter of priority. You're telling me the priority is tourism. I'm telling you the priority could be something a lot different.
Respectfully understood, but we have coverage in the 24 budget for those initiatives, so, I don't think that we want people living homeless here in this county. I don't think it's part of this administration to harm anybody.
No one says you are, but I'm just talking about...
But I'm just saying, I just believe that this is part of what we need to do to promote this county, and I think this is a good mechanism to do it. So,
promoting the county for tourism is always a good thing, but there are things way up on top of the list before tourism, in my opinion.
Understood.
Nothing further.
All right, we can do them both, right? This is not precluding doing all those other things. There's more ARPA money still available, and
now that we're deciding on.
We can decide on $10 million now, and we can decide on all those other things later.
Okay. All right, Howard. So you
Chair to the chair, just.
Okay, so all those in favor of this item, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm opposed.
Okay, so this item passes 4-2.
Thank you.
Those two items. That item passed 4-2. Next is 404, and that's between District Attorney and Interfaith Nutrition Network. Legislator McKevitt is recusing himself. The records show that he's left the chamber and will not be taking part in any debate or discussion. Sir?
Yes.
One second. So number 404, that's a motion on that is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Walker. Mr. McKevitt, Mr. Ferretti, and seconded by Ms. Walker. Mr. McKevitt's out of the room.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. Item 404 is a grant to the Interfaith Nutrition Network, or the IN, to assist in their programs, which mostly consists of the Center for Transformative Change and the Mary Brennan Inn, to help address the issues of mental health, drug abuse, homelessness, poverty, all driving forces of criminal activity. The term of this agreement is 1 year with 2 one-year options, and each year they will receive $50,000.
Any questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Please invite Legislator McKevitt back. He's back.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. We have a number of settlements. Those are numbers 405, 406, 408, 409, and 414. Those are settlements with respectively J. Anthony Enterprise, CBW Family Trust, Retail Property Trust, Corporate Property Investors, United Artists Theater Circuit, and just claims number of claims here, and CPD. I'm not going to bother to read all those numbers. Okay, now we're going to add to those 358, 359, and 360, which are also settlements. Sorry. Yeah. Respectively with Fairfield Jericho Townhomes, Jericho Atrium, and Coles Inc. Motion on all those is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Drucker. Now I'll take a motion to go into executive session made by Mr. Ferretti, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Aye. Okay, any opposed? We're in executive session, to which members of the Rules Committee are invited. executive session, and we're going to vote on numbers 358, 359, 360, and on the addendum 405, 406, 408, 409, and 414. All those in favor of those items, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. Mr. Ferretti moves to adjourn. Ms. Walker seconds that motion. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. And back to rules.
Okay, the Rules Committee is back in session. I need a motion to suspend the rules. Moved by Legislator Giuffre, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of suspending the rules, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those carries unanimously, and the rules are suspended. It seems louder, doesn't it? Is it louder? No? No. Yeah, maybe. Okay. We're going to call the consent calendar. These items that just went through other committees, and it's been agreed by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed with respect to these items. 351, these are all 2023. 351, 352, 353, 354, 358, 359, 360, 361, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 371, 372, 370. You're right, there's no 372. It's 373. So it goes from 371 to 373 to 374, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, 387, 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401. And then on the addendum, 402, 404, 405, 406, 408, 409, 410, 411, and 414. Need a motion and a second. A motion by Legislator Reggie Whitten, seconded by Majority Leader Howard Copel. Any debate or discussion among the legislators on those items? Any public comment? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They all pass unanimously. Item 395 of 2023 is a resolution to accept a gift bequest offered by the estate of Lawrence Macchia to the Nassau County Veterans Service Agency. Oh, yes. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator Bino. Hello, Ralph.
Ralph Esposito, proud Director of Veteran Services of Nassau County. First, I want to say thank you to all of you for always thinking about veterans. I mean, you really honor me by doing that. This veteran left us some money, and I'm happy to say it was $45,000. I don't know what to say.
I think that's good enough for us.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions for Ralph? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any public comment?
Gonna miss you.
Yeah, thanks. We'll miss you too. Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Then on the addendum, item 403, it's a resolution to authorize the transfer of appropriations heretofore made within the budget for the year 2023. Motion by Legislator Giuffre, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. So this was called separately. Do we know? Okay. All right. So that's good. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Passes by a vote of 4-2. Item 407 is a resolution to accept a gift offered by the Nassau County Police Department Foundation to the Nassau County Police Department. Nope, that's it. Oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion second. Motion by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator DeRizzi Witt.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. 407-23 is to accept a donation from the Nassau County Police Department Foundation for one horse for our NCPD mounted unit. The value of the donation is $12,500.
Okay. Any questions, debate, or discussion?
Is it a good horse or a bad horse?
We're hoping. He's been through the trial and seems to be seeming to work very well in what we need him to do. So
I felt bad for the bad horse.
we're very optimistic.
Okay, because you had to give the bad horse back, remember?
Yes.
All right. Hopefully we have better luck. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any debate or discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay. Yes, last one. 413 of 2023 is a resolution requesting the State Liquor Authority to change the hours of restriction of sales of alcoholic beverages by wine and liquor stores in Nassau County. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel. Chris?
Good evening, Chris Lemoyne from the administration. Clerk item 41323 is a resolution that requests the New York State Liquor Authority to change the hours of restriction to allow for the sale of alcoholic beverages by wine and liquor stores from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Mondays through Wednesday in Nassau County. So that with the passage of this resolution and approval by the New York State Liquor Authority, the hours of operation in Nassau would be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Okay, because a couple of things. So it's all that we're changing is the 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're allowing them to stay open from 8 p.m. It's going to go to 10 p.m.
Correct.
So
Correct. It's already Thursday to Saturday, it's already till 10 p.m.
Okay, we took a look and we've got information that we are actually an outlier in the state in terms of the hours that we allow liquor stores to be open in Nassau County.
Right, correct. The New York State Liquor Authority allows 8 a.m. to 12 midnight, and about 45 counties all operate in that time frame. So we're just kind of moving ourselves closer to that time period and aligning ourselves closer with the state and New York City.
I think this will be helpful to our residents because, especially at this time of year, people are out shopping and things, and if they don't get to the liquor store, or alcohol or wine store by 8 o'clock, they have to come back the next day or something like that. So it gives them a little additional time to do their shopping during holidays, among other things, I'm sure. Any other discussion? Anything else, Chris?
We just wanted to request more of a hearing on the 18th, and we'll just pass it through.
I think we have to have a, we have to have a hearing.
We're required by law to have a hearing
So we'll
on
just
this.
pass it through.
Okay. All right, so for today's purposes, you'll just vote to pass it through. I guess, all right. Thank you, Chris. Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, passes by a vote of 6-0. Motion to adjourn. Motion by Legislator Schaefer. I'm going to second that motion. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. That might be the end of the rules, my term in the Rules Committee. But we'll see next week. They'll probably throw some contracts.